Friend!
My adventure begins falling from an area called Moss Grotto. I moved on to the right, where I found shell shards. I went to the left and broke a false wall, found a secret room. I got more shell shards. In the way I killed some of these moss insects. I punched a branch and got a mossberry. I found a precipice, so I decided to look down, where I found a kind of corpse with a frayed rosary string. I jumped the precipice and found another secret room. There I found a chest with rosaries. I found my first bench. And I broke some roots that lead me to the first boss fight in this game, Moss Mother. Fucker. After that, I climbed to the surface.
Garmond!
When I fell into the precipice, I ended up in critical condition, but then I was able to stand up thanks to the chapel maid. She welcomed me to Farloom, a land haunted by a curse and filled with dangerous creatures. Despite her warning, I decided to move forward.
I continued my way with this beautiful sequence. I arrived at a camp called Bone Bottom. I talked to the pilgrims of this camp. This one was selling useful things that would be useful to me, and this one was building a kind of board. I found another pilgrim in this kind of station. I continued my way until I heard an insect singing.
His name was Sharma, a pilgrim who wanted to follow the pilgrim's path and ascend to the citadel, but the gate in front of him was his first obstacle.
I arrived at a room where I was ambushed. I broke a false wall. I discovered a secret room where I collected more rosaries. I opened the door that was blocking the way to Bone Bottom.
By the way, Sharma was able to continue his pilgrimage.
I arrived at another area called the Marrow. In this place I found a letter with a drawing. When I went to investigate, I ran into the Fleas. There, Flea Master Moshka welcomed me to their caravan and asked me to find their lost family, spread across the entire kingdom. It would not be an easy task, but I accepted anyway. I kept moving and I found an insect called Shakra. She was friendly. She had dedicated her life to exploring the land and making maps of it. By the way, she was looking for her master, who had gotten lost somewhere. Shakra was selling maps of the different areas of this kingdom, Farloom. I bought the Marrow map, the compass, and also I bought the quill to complete the maps. I found a closed door, in the other side was a bench. I went to investigate and I found a kind of village that was connected with Bone Bottom. I climbed to the platforms, I killed some aggressive pilgrims, and I opened the door that was blocking my way. I found a room with a lot of bells. In this room I found a kind of beast that was trapped in silk threads. I returned to the Marrow,
Entered the room where I found the Shard pendant. Then I bought the Mosslands map from Shakra.
I found Sharma singing to the trapped beast. I returned to the Mosslands, I found a precipice, I went down and I found an elevator that led me to Bone Bottom. I broke a false wall. I arrived at a room where I found a Spool Fragment. In Bone Bottom I bought the magnetic brooch. I broke another false wall that led me to another precipice. So I decided to jump and reach the other side. In this room I found a very stronger and aggressive insect, so I had to dodge it. In the end of the hallway, I found a masked shard. And also I found a closed door that would open with a simple key. I returned to the Mosslands and found a strange structure. I arrived at a room where I found an insect cooking something in a cauldron. Their name was Moss Druid and gave me the mission to collect moss berries, so they would give me a reward. I found a flying insect with another moss berry, and then I went to the same room where the beast was trapped. When I defeated the Bell Beast, it became my friend, and it seemed it would let me travel on its back across all Farloom as long as I found the other stations. So I went to Bone Bottom and I bought a craft metal. I realized that Flick had finished the board, which seemed it would help me complete missions and receive rewards. In the Marrow, I rang a huge bell that opened the way. I killed some insects and found a lost flea. Then I found a kind of explosive rock. It turns out to be a trap. But in the end, I got a craft metal. Then I entered a kind of prison where I found a Chilean.
Guatuna! Espera!
I freed him from his cell, but the Chilean tried to rob me. But I threatened to kill him so he would not do anything stupid. In the same cell, I found the striked pin. I kept moving on until I reached an area full of lava called Deep Docks. Moving forward, I found Shakra, who sold me the map of Deep Docks. In this place I found the Bellway station. And I found a closed door that I could not open. I reached a room where I had to fight a stronger enemy. After defeating him, I made my way into a region called Hunter's March. This region had one of the most complex parkours to understand for a new player who was just getting used to Diagonal Pogo. In this part of the game, many players got stuck, but I kept moving forward. So I killed some ants of this region, and I reached a room where I was ambushed again, but this time Shakra helped me. After that, I reached a room full of enemies where I had to defeat them because they were in my way. And then I found another strange structure that caught my attention. I found a lost flea, opened the door that I could not open before, bought the map of this region, found a strange statue, and next to it an insect covered by grass who was hiding from the beasts of this place. Then I found a bench, which was a trap. In this place, a streamer called El Socas, who called himself a superior player, died in the dumbest way.
¡Hijo de puta! Ellos lo saben, que cada vez que vayas a morir, porque ahí saben que vas a morir unas cuantas veces, por bueno que seas, que yo soy un jugador superior, con más vida. Pensaba que solamente era una vez. No. Pensaba que solamente era una vez y luego te dejaba guardar.
Fortunately, I already saw this coming and dodged it quickly. Then I realized there was a hidden room that deactivated the trap. In Deep Docks, I found a lever that opened a door. I overcame a platforming challenge and got a Spool Fragment. I entered a room where I was ambushed, but that was not a significant problem. Unfortunately, I needed a key to keep moving, so I decided to take another way.
In another room, I found a large insect called Forge Daughter. Fortunately, she and her partner were not aggressive. Actually, they would help me to forge weapons in exchange for rosaries and craft metals. I went to the door I had opened before. There, someone named Fleas was waiting, and she was not going to let me pass. She was waiting for me. She wanted to kill me. But why? I bought the magma bell from the Forge Daughter. This will help me a lot in the lava areas, and I rang another bell that opened the way to another region. Moving through far fields, I found some strange air currents, but I was not very sure what they were for. Even so, I realized that these air currents lifted the hornet's skirt, which made me very excited, if you understand. I found Shakra and bought her map of far fields. I found a secret room and then the warding bell. In this secret room, I found another secret room, but I could not keep moving because I needed another ability. Even so, I found a craft metal. I arrived at a lava zone where I found a giant robot that seemed not to work. I tried to get out of there, but there was no escape. I had to keep going. Then I found a kind of floating house. The insect who lived there gave me the mission to collect spines, killing some flying insects. When I completed the mission, Seamstress gave me another ability. Naked Hoarded? Sorry guys, but I have lost now 5 September. With this ability, I was now able to fly through the air currents. I found a platforming room, and when I completed it, I received a mask shard. It was time to get out of there, but obviously, it was not going to be that easy, because this is a Hollow Knight game.
I broke a false wall and found a lost flea, found the Bellway station of Farfields. In Bone Bottom I bugged a simple key. I ascended to Farfields thanks to the air currents, and I found Sherma once again. It seemed he was singing to an aggressive insect, but for now, it was harmless. I opened a door that stole 16 rosaries for me as an entrance fee. Here I found Mort, who was selling very useful things, and I found a big door. On the other side was a large insect trying to get through. I kept ascending through the air currents of Farfields until I reached a new region called Greymoor. Moving through Greymoor, I found a kind of house. When I entered, I discovered there were more survivors living in this region. The innkeeper Craig welcomed me to his humble bar. I also found a little snail named Nu, who surprisingly was the hunter of
Buenera.
Silksong. Nu gave me the hunter's journal and the mission to record the beasts I was defeating on my way. Some enemies ambushed me, but I defeated them all, found the Bellway station located in Greymore, entered another house full of enemies. When I defeated them all, some kind of mechanism was activated. I went out to investigate what happened. I noticed there were pillows in the sky. This will be very useful for exploring the rest of the region.
Found another lost flea. Found Shakra and bought her map of Greymore.
Found another room with another giant bell. And finally, found another of these strange structures.
I claimed the meal,
Which was guarded by enemies who used shears as weapons. Here I found a warrior resting next to his noble steed. They were called Garmond and Zaza, and for some reason they remind me a lot of Don Quixote de la Mancha and his loyal partner Sancho Panza. Maybe I would meet them soon.
I entered the hidden chapel.
Here I faced an ambush of enemies. When I defeated them all, I moved to the upper floor. As I expected,
I met Garmond and Zaza again.
they offered me their help to defeat the beasts roaming this place, so I accepted.
Benny Frank.
I entered an abandoned basement full of traps, where I had to eliminate some strong beasts living there. I was about to leave this region and go to the next one, but the great beast was not going to let me pass. Fortunately, Garmond and Sasa came to keep their promise.
Friend!
Yep.
Friend!
Retire.
Friend!
Yeah. Yep. Retire. Ha ha.
I moved to the end of the hallway, where I found something very strange. The insects of this city seemed to be in a trance. I had to help them. Maybe the answer was above. I kept moving and I arrived at another region called Shellwood. The creatures who lived in this region welcomed me with an ambush. I found Shakra.
And bought her maps of Shellwood and Belheart,
I returned to Belheart.
and entered the Bell House.
Here I found a bellway station and I opened it. I broke a false wall. Behind it I found a platforming challenge. When I overcame it, I got a mask shard. I returned to Bone Bottom and promised some wishes. I found a trail of a strange insect, so I decided to investigate. When I found it, I had to eliminate it because it was part of the mission.
I returned to Flea Master Moshka
And completed the mission he gave me.
He offered to travel in their caravan to Greymore, so I accepted.
When we arrived,
Moshka asked me to continue searching for the rest of the lost fleas.
I returned to Shellwood, completed a platforming challenge, and reached a room where another boss was waiting for me. After defeating it, I had to complete another platforming challenge. When I finished it, I found another of these weaver's structures. I found a mosquito nest, so I decided to investigate. I broke the nest and found a polyp heart. I completed a parkour and got another one. And I entered the room
where the fourth bell was located.
Next to it, I found the Bellway station located in Shellwood. I broke a false wall that led me to a dark room full of bells. There were also aggressive insects wearing them.
I found a lost flea.
And finally, reached a room where another boss was waiting for me. Widow.
She was the one who had been haunting Belheart, and now I had to stop her.
When I defeated Guido, I freed the insects of Belheart. It no longer looked like a cursed town. Life had returned to the village. I found an insect that traded my relics for rosaries, and also found another insect that upgraded my needle, making it stronger. I returned to Shellwood, reached a place that felt familiar, and arrived at another sandy desert region called Blasted Steppes. I defeated some sentinels guarding this region, found a memory locket, found Shakra, bought her map of Blasted Steppes, returned to Bone Bottom and found another region called Wormways. I got the Dead Book Spurs. I used a simple key to open this door, broke a false wall that connected with Bone Bottom, found a ruined chapel, defeated an ambush, and got the Wanderer Crest. In the Marrow, I found a secret area where another boss was living. I found another secret room, faced another ambush and got a memory locked. In Deep Dogs I faced more enemies and when I defeated them I got a masked shard. In Hunter's March I found the Chapel of the Beast. Here lived another boss called Savage Beastfly. Finally, I found a secret room where the worst was waiting for me.
Apparently, that fly trapped me and taken me to a prison. They had taken everything from me. My needle, my tools, my clothes. I had to find a way to escape. Outside was cold. Staying there meant death. The prisoners were aggressive. I could not defend myself against them. I could not fight them directly. Fortunately, I had found the Chilean inside. I needed a key to open his cell. There was something hanging on a chain. I had found the key of Indolent. With it, I made my way through the rest of the prison. I found the cell where the Chilean was hiding. Here, I found a map carved into the stomach of the corpse. I was ambushed by the prisoners. I could not face them directly. I had to use the traps in the environment to my advantage. I could not let the guards see me, and I could not stay too exposed to the cold. I felt vulnerable and off guard. There were the ones who had captured me. It was now or never. In one of the cells I found a lost flea. In another cell I found another prisoner. I offered to help him escape, but he refused. I found a Spool Fragment. I found the Bellway station located in the slab. In Deep Docks I bought from the Forge Daughter the Stink Shard and a crafting kit. In Farfields I opened a door using my needling. It was the nest of the weavers. Here I found the silk speed anklets. In Greymore I found another Spool Fragment. In the top of a mill I found a lost flea. I found a house where an insect lived. They didn't like the visitors very much. Above the house I found a secret room. There was a workbench where I crafted the pin pillow. In Greymore I found a memory locked. In Bellheart I collected some silver bells. I found a bell hermit who lived in this place. In Bone Bottom I found an insect who was being attacked. I helped him and he thanked me. In Shellwood I got a polyp heart. I entered the house where Greyroot lived, who asked me to collect 6 polyp hearts. Got another 2 polyp hearts. I found Nu, who was exploring and recording the beasts of Farloom. In Blasted Steps I found Sharma, who wanted to climb to the citadel. I opened the Bellway station located in Blasted Steps, found a lost flea. I also found an insect who liked to play with dice. And finally I reached a room where the great conch lice were waiting for me.
I continued my journey through the strong sandstorms in blasted steppes. I entered a kind of floating house where an insect called Pinstress lived. She offered to teach me the needle strike, so I accepted. Something I noticed is that Pinstress looked a bit like the other insect I met in far fields in another floating house. They were probably sisters. I returned to Greymore and found a path that led to another region called Sinner's Road. Here lived many caged beasts. It looked like a prison. In this place I found another insect called Green Prince. I wanted to free him, but I didn't have the key. He asked me not to free him from his cell because he had already accepted the consequences of his sins. Something was wrong. The water in this place was full of parasites. I couldn't touch them, or things would get complicated. I overcame a parkour. I entered a house where some insects called Krull and Benjin lived. They offered me a reward in exchange for getting roach guts. Entered a room full of parasites where I got the barbed bracelet. I collected some roach guts, completed the roach guts mission and got the tags. I expanded my crests using the memory lockets, and Craig gave me the mission to kill crowbugs. Between Wormwiz and Bonebottom I found a fly that was eating a lost flea. I killed the fly and freed the flea because nobody messes with my brothers. In Wormwiz I found an insect called Alchemist Xylotl, who was studying a blue liquid called plasmium. I had seen this before. It was lifeblood, the same one found in Hollownest. Xylotl gave me the needle file to collect some samples of this liquid. In Moss Grotto I opened a door using my needling. I arrived at a region called Weakness Athla. I activated the power source of this place, grabbed the map of the region, activated an elevator that took me to the ground floor, broke several fake walls, and found a strange creature called Eva, who seemed to be a descendant of the Weavers. Eva gave me crest upgrades in exchange for expanding my crest with the memory lockets. In this place I found a mossy zone, so I decided to investigate. I faced some beasts guarding this place and reached a room where Moss Mother was waiting for me again. Oh, yes, I like that. I got a mossberry and another spool fragment. I returned to bone bottom, but wait.
Something doesn't feel right.
What? No! God damn it! Bone Bottom had been attacked by a great beast. The little pilgrim was dead. I could not just stand by. I had to help this town. I delivered some items on the wish board and the reward was a memory locked. I also accepted more missions to complete.
I went back to the moss druids and gave them the moss berries they had asked for.
The reward was the druid's eye. In Belheart I found the insect I had saved some time ago. Apparently, this was his new home. I completed another mission on the wish board in Bone Bottom. It seemed I arrived just in time for the little pilgrim's funeral. I didn't get to know him so much, but he had a dream. Climb the citadel. A dream I was about to perform. Goodbye, little pilgrim. It was the moment. I was ready. It was time to climb to the citadel. I found some insects who had the same purpose. The door would only open if we sang. So, that's what we did. Finally, the Citadel, the Promised Land, the paradise of Farloon inhabitants. My duty was to climb to the top and find the core of the curse that struck the kingdom. I found a machine that was asking for rosaries. When I inserted them, I got the Grand Gate map. Found an elevator that was supposed to take me to the top of the Citadel, but actually, the opposite happened. Oops, I think I broke it. I found the biggest money scam in the story, a bench that asked for money to sit down. But the problem was that if I wanted to sit again, I had to pay once more. A new region, Underworks. Got the map of this region, reached a very dangerous area full of souls. I realized there was a false ceiling that led to a secret room. A creature called Loam lived there. He was the one giving energy to the Citadel, forced to run on this machine for the rest of his life, with the false hope that the Queen would reward him for his work. Found a secret room, got a memory locket, faced an ambush,
I reached the coral chambers.
Found a room that connected with Grand Gate. Got the Spool Fragment. Found another of these machines and got the Coral Chambers map. Oh man, it's so big! And I'm not talking about my dick. Found a kind of elevator that worked as a means of transport through the citadel. Faced another ambush. And got a Spool Fragment. But moving forward through the citadel, I found an old enemy.
吹きねえろ
That's fine.
ああささくりめえな
Me offende? Verdastema. Vienta!
The citadel awoke and revealed its true face. It had all been a trap, a lie. It was not the promised land, just a death trap. And I had to uncover the cause.
Ambush. I found a connection between the citadel and the slab. Exploring the showers, I heard a loud. I thought it was Fleas taking a bath, so I decided to check and spy on her naked, but actually, the loud was from Sharma. How was he still alive? Found another of these elevators, a lost flea, and a kind of puzzle. When I completed the puzzle, I got the cock-hair piece. Found the Chilean who was in danger. I found a railway station located in the citadel, and also another elevator. I arrived at a town called Songclave, where there was another great bell full of silk threads. When I left the shrine, I met an insect called Caretaker, who was a bit upset for being woken from his rest, but he recognized that I could be a potential ally. Oh yes, and also found the white key. Opened another elevator. Accepted some missions to help Sunclave. And finally, I arrived at another boss fight against Cogwork Dancers. But obviously, climbing to the top of our loom would not be an easy task. First, I needed to learn the Citadel's threefold song, which was made of 3 melodies scattered across the rest of the Citadel. For now, I had to stay here, but soon, I will discover the horrors that awaited me. I arrived at another area, Cogwork Core. Found the map of this area, made an impressive amount of parries. Oof, I love the strong woman. I will be honest, this area felt like going back to the path of pain for me. Got a Spool Fragment. Faced another ambush. Got a mask shard. I found these boxes that could be moved, faced an ambush. Another region, Whispering Bolts. I entered a place where I found a palm cylinder. When I was about to leave, the Vault Keeper Cardinius appeared. Apparently he will give me Rosaris in exchange for bringing him more palm cylinders. These palm cylinders were like a kind of audio recordings that played a melody. Found a secret hatch that led me to a room where I got the map of this region. Opened a shortcut that connected with Sunclave. I moved this box and freed the last flea. Completed another of these puzzles. Got another cut hair piece and reached a boss fight against Trovio.
Obrava, orala yabo. Pierre antes, orala yaba. stage.
Friend!
When I defeated Trovio, I got the Claw Mirror. Found an elevator that connected with Underworks. Found a room full of explosive insects and freed another lost flea. Got a craft metal. And found another weaver structure. Faced another ambush. Found the 12th architect who sold me tools in exchange for rosaries and craft metals. Bought the scuttle brace and the crafting kit. Found a spool fragment. I found Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, Garmond and Sasa.
Entuma!
Arrived at another region called High Halls. Found another elevator. Inserted rosaries in this machine and got the map of this area. Found another palm cylinder. I returned to the slab and with my cloudline ability I accessed another area, Mount Fae. Oh yeah, I like that, boys. I found Shakra and bought her maps of Wormways, Mount Fae and some markers. Mount Fae had a very long platforming section and I could not stay in the cold for too long or I would freeze to death, so I had to do this really fast. Finally, I reached the top of Mount Fae and I found a strange structure, so I decided to play the needle in. But something happened. I could not believe it. This great beard had given me an ability. Who was this giant being? Maybe a god? Or something else? This creature not only gave me the Fade Down cloak, it also gave me the ability to resist the cult of this place. I found the mask maker of our loom. I remember there was also one in Hollow Nest. Where do they come from? Why do they make masks? Not all insects wear them. What is the purpose of having a mask? Returned to Wormways and opened a door with my needle in. Inside I found a weaver structure. Found a memory locket. Returned to Bone Bottom and bought a mask shard. I went back to see Nu in Greymore. I completed her quest to record the beasts of our loom in the Hunter's Journal. Then Nu leaned closer to Hornet, but Hornet slapped her. I overthought a lot this scene because I imagined that Nu's lips were my foreskin and that Hornet was holding it tightly with her hands and squeezing it as if she was going to tear it off. Wait a minute, what am I talking about? Anyway, I completed the quest and Nu gave me a tool pouch. I found enough fleas for the flea caravan to move on to its next destination, Grand Gate. As a reward, Moshka gave me a Spool Fragment. In Blasted Steps I found a secret room and... what the heck? You again, Chilean? The Chilean offered me more tools in exchange for Rosaries, and he said the price is very hiked. Damn thief. I found Nu near the corpse of the conchfly. Apparently, she was grating it in her journal. In Whispering Bolts, I moved these boxes and found a room where I got a pale oil. In Coral Chambers, I found the trail of a lost insect. I followed it until I found Jubilene and asked her to go up to Sunclip to be safe. I broke a false wall, found a secret room, activated these mechanisms, went up and found a lost flea. Got a Spool Fragment. In Sunclave I meet Sharma, who by the grace of Jesus Christ was still alive. I also meet Jubilana, who started a new business selling various useful things, so I bought a simple key from her. Arrived at an area called Memorium. I returned to Belhart and went to the house of Pin Master Penny to give him the pale oil to sharpen my needle. In far fields I found this cave, so I decided to enter. Oh no.
I think I'm in troubles.
Do you see that? I returned to Deep Docks and opened a door with claw line. Faced another ambush. Found the last flea. I went to Bottom and noticed the pilgrims had made a statue in honor of Flick, the fixer, for helping the town so much. They even made a mini hornet statue. I will never break this. I met Nu, who was recording the Skull Tyrant, went back to Deep Docks, found a secret room, completed a parkour, and got a Spool Fragment. I went to Mort's shop in Farfields and bought the weighted belt, a tool pouch and a memory locket. I went to Craig's bar in Greymore and completed the Crowbooks quest. The reward was a crafting kit. Collected plasmium in warm ways. Gave the plasmium to Xylitol and he gave me the plasmium feel. In Shellwood I broke some roots and got the last polyp heart. returned to Greyroot and gave her all the polyp hearts. As a reward, she gave me the polyp pouch. In Belheart, I accepted the Savage Beastfly wish, my missing brother wish, and donated 400 rosaries. Bought a Spool Fragment and a memory locket from Frey. In Greymore, I followed a trail that led me to Sinner's Road, where I found Tip's lost brother named Bill. Apparently Bill was in trouble and I had to save him. In Farfields I found the Savage Beastfly again, so I had to eliminate it. It's not worth watching this fight since it was the same boss but with lava floor, and I defeated it by taking advantage of a glitch. For being so helpful to the inhabitants of Belheart, Papo gave me the Belhome key, my own home. Delivered the horn fragment and the reward was a mask shard. The brothers Tip and Peel reunited in Belheart to start a new delivery business. In Coral Chambers opened the elevator using the white key. This led me to a new region, White Ward. I inserted rosaries in this machine and got the map of this area. Exploring this place I got the injector band. I found a trail of someone familiar, so I decided to follow it. It turned out that Sherma entered to White Ward and almost died, so I had to save him.
Yanara.
But anyway, I asked to Sherma to return to Songclave. I got a Spool Fragment. In Songclave I bought the Ascendance Grip and the Spool Extender from Jubilana. In Belheart I bought the Multi-Blinder from Frey. Below the elevator in Underworks I found the secret area. There were some obstacles I had to pass through. And at the end of the hallway I found the corpse of a large insect similar to the Bowl Keeper. In front of the corpse was the Sacred Cylinder. This cylinder was different from the others. I had to visit Cardinius to discover what was inside it. I went to Cardinius' house, gave him the Sacred Cylinder, and we played the recorded audio.
Da, Fenestra.
I had learned one of the melodies of the Threefold Song, the Vault Keeper's melody. This marked a great advancement in my journey. I had already got many tools which allowed me to buy the Architect's key from the 12th Architect. This key opened the door to the Chapel of the Architect, where I got the Crest of the Architect. How many times did I say Architect? In the slab, I found a trace that led me to a secret room with a boss fight against Broodmother. When I defeated her, I gained the Broodmother's Eye. I went to look for Jubilana in Memoriam since she seemed to be missing. I found a trace that was probably hers. On the way, a rhinoceros beetle completely smashed my face. I found Jubilana, who was being attacked by enemies, and I eliminated them, saving her life. I found a breakable wall that led to petrified docks. I fought the enemies in this area. And opened the Bellway station there. An enemy named Barnack, which remind me of the sailing creatures from Half-Life, held me and dragged me into a secret room where I obtained the Putrefied Ducts map. Broke another wall that led to a room where I found the corpse of a wardenfly, devoured by a Barnack that also seemed to be dead. Near the crime scene, I obtained the key of Apostate. I entered the home of Huntress, who gave me the mission to collect organs using my tools to eliminate enemies. I reached a water-filled area where I found a craft metal. On the steps, I discovered a secret room inhabited by some very strange insects. I also found the fossilized corpse of a large insect made of shell shards. In Underworks, I gained the Delver's drill, and also a dead end. In Hunter's March, I found a secret room where an NPC lived who had been alive in the Act 1 but seemed to have been killed when the Act 2 began. Still, nearby of the corpse, I got the Fractured Mask. In Underworks, I bought the Corkwork Wheel and the Sawtooth Circlet from 12th Architect. In Sinner's Road, I broke a wall that led to Billwater, or in other words, the worst area in this game. And I don't say that because it's badly made, but because of a mix of factors that prove my point. There's parasite-filled water, it's full of traps, enemies jump out of the water and shoot projectiles at you. I opened a door with the needle in that led to Weakness Morgling. There I found a ruin tool.
Found Shakra and bought the map of Billwater, arrived at an area called Wisp Ticket.
In Wisp Ticket, I got a craft metal. In Underworks, the 12th Architect repaired the Ruin tool and turned it into a weapon called Silk Shot. In the slab, I opened a door with the key of Apostate and reached a section with a pretty easy platforming challenge. When I finished it, I got a Mask Shard. I broke a secret wall and found a memory locket. In High Halls, I found a crafting table where I crafted the cockflag using a craft metal. With a simple key, I opened a door that led to a room where I obtained the Rosary Cannon. In Montfay, I found a breakable wall that led me to a frosty area where I obtained the Memory Crystal. In Weakness Atla, I discovered a secret room and I got the Snare Setter. I completed a lava platforming section and got a Mask Shard. Then I went to Eva so she could expand my Bursty Crest. In Memorium, I unlocked another elevator, which I just found out is called Ventrica. I also got an item called Materium. Faced another ambush. And obtained the Bolt Bezels. In Putrefied Docks, I reached a destroyed balloon house and found the Gret of Purity. In Blasted Steps, I took a secret path that led to Sands of Crack.
Buenera.
Mementos.
I reached an area full of platforming and those sharp spike stinks. Luckily, some of them were breakable. There, I obtained the Crest Nut. I crossed the area carefully, making sure not to fall into the sea of worms while doing more platforming. I arrived at a room where there was a corpse sitting on a bench holding a simple key. Though I couldn't help but notice that the room felt strangely familiar. In Cogwork Core, I started climbing to the top. To do that, I had to pass through a section that really reminded me of the Path of Pain from the first game. Such memories. When I reached the top, I had to solve a puzzle where I had to make the musical note patterns match each other. In Hiked Halls, I faced the hardest ambush in the entire game. I had to be honest. I didn't record this fight in my first gameplay, but I will still show you when I did it in the Silksong mode. In that run, I had already completed Shakra's quest, which I will show you later. But the point is that she helped me to face the ambush as a compensation for helping her. When Shakra and I defeated the whole wave of enemies, I moved to the end of the hallway, where the conductor Balladur gave me his last remaining melody.
Nesvir.
The conductor's melody. In Sunclave, I bought the spider strings, a mask shard, and a spool fragment from Jubilana. In Belheart, I accepted a mission called Trail Sand,
which consisted of going to look for Shakra.
in Bilwater. I followed the trail Shakra had left behind, and when I finally found her, she was beside the corpse that seemed to be her master, her mother. Apparently, they loved exploring together, but her mother grew old over time, and circumstances didn't go in their favor. The Shakra's mother had been defeated in battle, and it seemed Shakra was ready to say goodbye one last time, one last song. Shakra gave me the throwing ring. In Blasted Steps, I found a corpse holding a magnetic dice. This NPC suffered the same fate as the ant in Hunter's March. In Cobweb Core, I broke a fake wall where a sentinel was located. It seemed to be missing a piece inside its chest. In Whispering Vaults, I moved a box and got a mask shard. In Bilwater, I had to cross a room full of parasite fish. And at the end of that room, I got another mask shard.
Broke a fake wall and got the quickest link.
In Mount Fate, I gained another mask shard thanks to the Fadan cloak. In Wisp Ticket, I went through some bursts of fire and obtained another mask shard. In Farfields, I found another secret area next to the Bellway station. And when I finished the parkour, I found a lost flea. And also a rhinoceros beetle that tried to kill me, but
It failed.
I went through a secret path in blasted steps, where I got another mask shard. It seemed I already had all the mask shards available in Act 2. In White Ward, I found a Spool Fragment, in Memoriam, I crossed a spike-filled room and got the last missing Spool Fragment. In Wisp Ticket, I fought the Father of the Flame. This boss was very strange, because it was not even alive, and only threw fireballs that were really easy to dodge. When I defeated it, I obtained the Wisp Fire Lantern. In Memoriam, I found another memory puzzle, and when I completed it, I got the last Cockheart piece. In Cogwork Core,
I inserted the Cockheart into the Sentinel's chest.
which woke up. Its only purpose in life was to protect the Citadel, so it went off to fulfill its mission, even though there was nothing left to protect. In Sunclave, I accepted a mission called Final Audience, which consisted of looking for the Sentinel. I also found Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. They seemed to be resting before the next battle. I found the Sentinel in High Halls, where the other inactive Sentinels were located. For some reason, this Sentinel detected me as a threat for the Citadel, so it decided to test me.
Carriquero.
Catestre.
Ela Cerestura.
I proved to the Sentinel that I was not a threat. I only wanted to free Farlon from whatever was binding it. The second Sentinel finally understood, and as a reward, it gave me the reserve bind.
In the slab there was a kind of cage with chains.
I broke the chains and entered the cage. There I found another weaver structure, but the first sinner had set a trap for me. In Sinner's Road, I freed the Green Prince from his cage with a simple key.
Yanara. Nesvir.
I found a hidden path that led to the mist. This area was very strange because no matter where I went, all paths led to the same place. It was also full of ghosts and fog. Honestly, I didn't know how to get out of this area, so I decided to ask ChatGPT, and it told me I had to play bachata from the butterflies, and they would show me the way. When I left the mist, I found a large castle called Exhaust Organ. This place was full of vapor traps. There was a mirror that I played a melody for, and it turned out that Lace had a sister who lived there. I went through a secret exit that led to the outside of the castle and freed a flea who was trapped. When I went up to the upper floor, there was Phantom, the Lace's sister, who was not going to let me pass. I went up in an elevator that led to underworks. And then went even higher until I reached the coral chambers. In Deep Docks, I fought the four brothers Cygnus and Gron. When I defeated them, they opened the way to the lower levels of Deep Docks. I crossed a room full of magma and lava until I reached a large bell,
but I was not really sure what it was for.
In the Marrow, I went to the prison where Ludi was hiding. He offered me to join his projectile throwing target games. When I finished the games, Ludi gave me a tool pouch. Finally, I decided to complete the Threefolds melody by climbing to the top of the citadel. and I could not help but notice that Lace had a huge ass. Oh man! Lace revealed to me that her existence was entirely made of silk, an empty shell, a vessel. This made her hate herself. I had earned my audience with the divine.
I had to climb to the top of Farloom and face the Holy Mother who had created a daughter so cruel and crude as her. After all, it was me she wanted. Is it not?
When I defeated Lace, I obtained the second silk heart. A door opened, leading me to the cradle. I inserted rosaries into a machine and got the cradle map. I entered a room filled with cages, the same kind of cages where I was captured and taken to Farloom. It seems I was not the first weaver that they tried to capture. There were more weavers who apparently died. I found a memory locket, In Coral Chambers, I meet Loyal Merwin, who gave me a mission to collect certain ingredients to make a special recipe. In Greymore, I went to Craig's bar to see if he had one of those ingredients. Suspiciously, he kept it hidden in his basement. When I went down, everything seemed normal, but it was actually a trap
set by the ant tribe.
After defeating them all, I obtained the vintage nectar. I went back overfloor and told Craig he had a serious ant problem in his basement.
Mi offende?
In Sinner's Road, I went looking for another ingredient and arrived at a place that seemed like a kitchen. There, I faced the disgraced chef Lugali.
After defeating them,
I got the pickled Mukmagat. In Whispering Vaults, I found a memory locket and opened a path leading to a platforming section filled with deadly gears. I crossed that area and fell into a huge pit that took me to Billwater, where I found the Twisted Bot. I went to Greyroot in Shellwood and gave her this strange homunculus that would not stop screaming. Unfortunately, it was all a trap. Greyroot captured me and took me to an unknown place, where she implanted the parasite into my ass. I could not heal, or use tools, or silk skills. Now I had to find a way to remove this symbiont, no matter what. In Greymore, I went to Yarnavi's house and opened the door after noticing the parasites. Yarnavi gave me the mission to go to the house of Benjin and Crow in Sinner's Road to get some steel spines needed to the extraction of the parasite. I reached the place, bought the steel spines from Benjin and Crow, and returned to Yarnavi to proceed with the surgery. The surgery was successful, and I obtained the Crest of Witch. In Belhart, I met with the couriers, who gave me the last ingredient called Courier's Gracier. This ingredient was very fragile and delicate. It felt just like the delicate flower quest from the first game. Finally, I delivered all the ingredients to Loyal Merwin, so he could create his grand recipe. The dish was served, and from the back of the room came a large insect who turned out to be the Merwin's master. They devoured the meal down to the last bite, and apparently they liked it. As a reward, Merwin gave me a pale oil. In Cogwork, I found the Green Prince, who seemed to be searching for someone, the one who had given his body and soul to create the Cogwork dancers. Then I went to Pinmaster Pliny to sharpen my needle. In Memoriam, I entered a room where I found a lost flea, but this one was different. He was very big, and apparently had Down syndrome because even after I freed him, he attacked me, so I had to stop him by force to make him calm down. Finally, the flea returned to the flea caravan. I went to the caravan located in Grand Gate. It seemed I had already freed most of the fleas.
It was time to head to the next and final destination, Fleetopia.
When we arrived, Moshka gave me the last tool pouch and asked me to find the few remaining fleas. In Sunclave, I went to see the caretaker, who apparently had a mission for me, Silk and Soul. It consisted of creating a powerful trap for whatever was waiting at the top of our loom. For that, I needed 4 components, souls belonging to the caretaker's relatives.
Nesvir,
Gevig Gero.
Wenera,
Elos.
Yanara,
Ledara. Cacho.
I went to Bone Bottom to meet the chapel mate, who gave me the maiden soul. Beneath Belhart, I found the Bell Hermit, who gave me the hermit soul.
Mi offende?
Asomenido.
Finally, I went to Billwater to face the most hated boss in this game, Growl the Great. After defeating him, I entered a house where it seemed one of the caretaker's relatives had been tortured to death. Near the body, I found the Seeker's soul. Then I returned to the caretaker in Suncliffe to deliver the components. The caretaker combined them to create the trap.
Sagrador.
And told me to meet him at the corral to proceed with the plan.
Elos.
Megina fora.
I met the caretaker in the cradle. It seemed the trap was ready.
That's fine.
Gafama.
I could feel something. The storm was approaching. Maybe everything would end here. The objective was clear. The end was in front of me.
It was time to face the core of everything. The Queen of Farloom, Grandmother Silk.
Friend!
What had just happened? They knew. They knew about the existence of the void. They knew and kept it from me. How? Why? I thought the Pale King was the only one who possessed that power, but I was very wrong. This kingdom was no longer consumed by silk. The void had taken its place. If the void existed in Farloom, it meant there was a vast sea of void beneath the kingdom. I had to reach it no matter what. I felt so weak, barely able to fight or even stand, but I kept moving until I finally collapsed. I woke up in Sunclave. The caretaker was gone, and now Sharma had taken his place as the leader of the survivors of Sunclave. Sharma told me this was all that remained after the Great Breaking began. The screams caused endless earthquakes, the black threads cracked the ground, and the caretaker had gone to reunite with his family, down below, most likely in the ruined chapel of Bone Bottom. Thank you, Sharma. Even though you are small and seem fragile, you are a bug with a great heart. Farloom had collapsed. The void had taken the place of silk. The enemies controlled by the void became far more dangerous. I headed to the Bellway station, but there I got a big surprise. From the ground emerged the Bell Eater. So what happened to the Bell Beast? Was she dead? If she was, then I had to avenge her. This boss was a clear reference to the Charged Beam Beast from Metroid.
Ada.
When I defeated the Bell Ether, the Bell Beast appeared, lunged at it, and killed it. The Bell Beast began to sing, and I followed her. From the ground, her children emerged and joined to the chorus, greeting me, the beastling call. I returned to Bone Bottom, in that sorrowful town. Only sadness and melancholy remained, the ashes of what once was. The inhabitants were united. You could feel the sense of togetherness in the air. They held a funeral for the little pilgrim named Pilby, built a statue for Flick, and for me, a small hornet statuette. Now, everything was silent and desolate. It's sad to see how this place ended. I finally reached the ruined chapel. There they were, the snail shamans, hiding from the end of the times. They were the ones who had bound the void to Farloom. Unfortunately, there was no other way. It was the only way to free Farloom from Grandmother Silk, but everything went wrong after Lay saved me. The void dragged both of them down into the abyss. Grandmother Silk resisted the void's power to save her daughter, Lace. Now, my mission was to descend into the abyss and bring Lace back, no matter the cost. The diving bell located in Deep Docks was the key. I had to reach it and go down to the depths of this world. I went to see the Forged Daughter in Deep Docks. She told me to speak with her companion, Ballo. At first, he was stubborn, but I told him Farloom was collapsing and that if he didn't help, everyone would die. He immediately understood what I meant, agreed, and told me to meet him at the diving bell. I went to the lower levels of Deep Docks. Ballo told me he didn't have much experience operating the diving bell, but he will still do his best to make sure everything went well. He gave me the diving bell key. With it, I entered the diving bell. And through a speaker, I gave Ballo the order to descend into the depths. During the descent, the diving bell was completely destroyed. Fortunately, I was still alive. I had reached the depths of this world, the abyss. This place resembled the abyss of Hollownest, though creatures unlike any I had seen before lived here. I overcame a platforming section and discovered that Farloom also contained Arcane X. I noticed the Sea of Void reacted aggressive to me. I got the Abyss map. The Grandmother Silk was found beneath the Sea of Void. I could not just jump in, because I would die on contact with that liquid.
Yanara.
Lace manifested to welcome me to the Abyss. She didn't need her mother my silken strength. She could trash, waste, and know that her pathetic broken daughter was the one who caused the mortal wound. I had already stood as sentinel of a dying land, but I would never play that role again. As long as I lived and had the strength to resist, that kingdom and the books within it would not fall. Perhaps there was still a way to prevent the destruction. I will claim the hidden power, the bloom that repels the dark. The snail shamans will help me seek its counter. I had to return to the surface and find a way to dive into the Sea of Void. Coming here was not in vain. I still had to claim the power this place held. I opened the gate using the needling, obtained the Farsight, and descended until I reached the last Weaver structure. It was time to leave this place. There was nothing more I could do here for now, but I will return soon. Apparently, Valo had taken the diving bell back to deep docks. With few options left, I had to find my own way out of the abyss. The whole place was collapsing, and I had to hurry. I escaped from the abyss unharmed, and I needed to return to the ruined chapel. In the ruined chapel, I met with the snail shamans and told them I needed to dive into the Sea of Void. For that, I required a pale flower called Everbloom, which could only be obtained through my memory.
Megina fora.
Gafama.
Hironare.
Goro Cartello. Minati Eschera.
Rala Memenoso. La Surasa.
Ula Sosia.
Gafama. Corocatello.
I needed the hearts of the last successors of Farlum. I had to enter on there and draw the forgotten memories.
Ula Sosia.
Jo Manel.
So the snake shamans granted me the elegy of the deep.
Aledara.
In the same place, I found a secret room and obtained the crest of shaman. In Masgrado, I found another moss mother who had been consumed by the void. I had to kill her. I went to Eva, who evolved my crest of hunter. Eva said she had nothing else to give me except her soul. She asked
to join me, wishing to be free and no longer condemned to remain locked in a cell.
Nesvir. Fadastana.
That's how I obtained the Silksong. Belhart had also collapsed. It was now a sad, broken town. Even Pablo, who used to sing all the time, was now depressed and hopeless. I accepted some missions and spoke with the couriers, who now had even more reasons to make their deliveries after the collapse of the kingdom. Even so, they were bonitos y gorditos, muchachos, bonitos y gorditos.
The Pitmaster Pliny had left Belhart. From the clues he left behind, I deduced he had gone to Shellwood. On Belhart's roof, I found a memory locket. To the right of Fleetopia, I discovered a spore-filled room containing a lore tablet. It seemed that Mr. Mushroom was in Farloom and had left clues to find him. I had to track him down and uncover the reason for his visit. I continued exploring the sands of Karak, crossed the ocean of worms, and reached the battle against the raging conchfly, who was now furious because I had killed her mate. I reached the Coral Tower. Inside, I obtained the conch cutter. In White Ward, I entered a secret room where I pulled a chain and got the surgeon's key. I inserted it into the ornate lock mechanisms, which opened the way to the basement, where the Unraveled was located.
It was another of the few boss fights I beat on my first try. After beating him, I obtained the last Silk Heart.
I went to Pinterest's house in Blasted Steps, but she seemed to have left. She left me a note saying we should meet in Mount Fay. There I found her on the ground. She looked dead, but she wasn't. Pinterest wanted to challenge me to a duel to the death, and I granted her wish.
Renka quiere? ¿Me ofende? Fadastana.
Povayava?
I spared her life out of pity, and as thanks for giving her a worthy battle, she gave me the pin badge. In Sounds of Karak, I entered a cave where a strange light was coming from. I dodged electric traps, and fought against Bolt Beer. That's how I got the Bolt filament. In Whispering Vaults, I found a path leading to the outskirts of Sunclave. where I freed a lost flea and obtained a psalm cylinder. At the ruined chapel, I saw some spores. I played a song on the needling, and Mr. Mushroom emerged from the ground. He said some confusing things, as always, but I guess you can interpret his words in your own way. I meet him again in Bone Bottom.
Danny Frank.
Far fields. Greymore.
That's fine.
The slab. And finally, Mount Fay, beside the Great Beard. I went to look for the Pin Master in Shellwood. It seemed he was being attacked by void enemies. Pliny told me he was there because it was the resting place of his late wife, and that it was the time to give his last farewell. In Hunter's March, there was a statue honoring Carmelita, the former ruler of that place. Above the statue, there was a secret path connecting with far fields. There, I met Gilly again. She didn't say anything very important, just talked about her obsession with camouflage. I found the corpse of a huge insect, and inside it was the Sprint Master Swift. He challenged me to several races to see who was the fastest in Farloom.
Oh, Pinocero. Ah, Simero. Oh, hello, Tot. Yoma. Pakuro Wendio. Yoma.
When I beat him, I received a mask shard. In Belheart, I completed the Dark Heart's wish and got another mask shard. In Blasted Steppes, I found Sasa, who seemed to be calling for help. It looked like Garmond was in serious troubles. When we reached the place, I saw a terrifying scene that made my hair stand on end. Garmond had been consumed by the void. He no longer had awareness or sense of reason. He was just another enemy now. Sadly, there was no way to save him. The only thing I could do was end his suffering. I had to kill him with my own hands. What was done, with his last breath. Garmond said goodbye to his loyal companion, Sasa. Now Sasa was alone, doomed to live by himself for the rest of his days. But without his friend, there was no reason to go on.
You were a warrior in both life and death. A true warrior. Descansa en paz, Don Quixote. I went to a theater located in Coral Chambers. It seemed that Trovio had turned emo and was now calling himself Tormented Trovio. He wanted to perform one last show, and I agreed to take part. That's how I obtained the Dark Mirror. In Grand Gate, I broke a fake wall. Past a parkour full of thorns. And finally reached the resting place of the guardian from there, Set, and he would not let me pass unless I defeated him. The story behind this character is very sad. In real life, there was a boy named Seth Goldman, who was suffering from a severe cancer that was taking his life. Seth loved Hollow Knight, and wanted to meet the developers. Team Cherry gave him the opportunity to create his own character for Silksong. That's how this character design was born. Sadly, Seth passed away before the game's release, but we'll always remember him. His memory will live on in this game, in this battle.
Shakra! Colombian! Sila! Shakra! Rendo! Rendo! Mando! Ai! Sila! Rendo! Oliver! Sila! Rendo! Sila! Rendo! Sila! Yasato! Sila! Sina! Hello! Ha! Shakra! Sila! Colombian! Sina! Ha! Oliver! Soro! Ha! Mando! Sila! Mena! Shakra! Ai! Oliver! Shakra! Dobo! Sila! Hai! Wa! Wa! Sila! Wa! Dina! Kuya! Onegae! Ha! Wa! Musso! Ha! Cello! Mando! Dobo! Sila! Via!
Friend!
Casato! Colombian! Via! Rendio! Toro! Ha! Casato! Sila! Via! Toro! Hai! Colombian! Mena! Dina! Cello! Sila! Dina! Casato! Oliver! Cello! Mando! Dina! Casato! Via! Cello! Oh! Hai! Brendo! Tayo! Hai! Wa! Via! Wa! Dobo! Rendio! Oliver! Mena!
Fly height set. The path to the sanctuary opened. Inside the sanctuary, there was a statue covered in silk threads.
I could feel a strange energy coming from it.
I figured this statue belonged to one of the last successors. Maybe if I used the needling, I could draw out their memories. I immersed myself in a memory where I found one of the last successors, Nylet. When I defeated her, I obtained the Pollen Heart. In in Mount Fay, I crossed a platforming area with big crystal flying bugs. At the top, I obtained a mask shard. In Belhart, I accepted a mission called the Hidden Hunter, which consisted of recovering the grass doll of Gilly in Farfields. I found a trail of traps left behind by a mysterious hunter and followed it until I reached what seemed to be an ambush. There, Gurdel cast appear.
This boss made a living by hunting strong enemies.
And the only prey he had left was me. But in the end, the hunter became hunted, and the prey became predator. There, I found the grass doll and returned it to Gilly in Belhart. Obtaining the last mask shard. In Farfields I followed a path that led me to the dwelling of the ancient queen of this land, one of the successors who is still alive, Carmelita. She wanted to hide her face, but I didn't want to see her face. I wanted to see who she truly was inside, back when her heart still beat, before the arrival of the Pale Monarch. Carmelita accepted, and I entered her memories. Back to a time when this kingdom was full of life. Carmelita was dead, and that's how I obtained the Hunter's Heart. Only one place remained, the Coral Tower. There I found the corpse of the late king sitting on his throne, surrounded by his soldiers who had died protecting him. I drew his memories and saw that this place had once been full of life either. It was beautiful. I had to reach the top of the Coral Tower and face the king of this land. But to do so, I needed to defeat the king's entire army. Everyone fell in battle, and the king awaited me at the top. Crust, King, Can.
Whoa!
When I defeated him, I obtained the encrusted heart. I already had the 3 hearts of the last successors. There was still one left, completely optional, so I decided to go in Silksong mode. Either way, if I died, I would just leave the memory and not lose my progress. In Greymoor, I found a path that was not open the first time I came here. I followed it until I found the Green Prince. Beside him was the body of one of the Cogwar dancers. Both belonged to this land, and their memories still remained intact.
Shakumi.
Tamilian.
At the end of the path, I obtained the Verdania map, the last one I was missing. I entered the memory of the Green Prince and his fallen late partner. The memory of a land forgotten by time, Lost Verdania. Honestly, this place is my favorite area in the game. Its music is beautiful and its atmosphere feels like entering Greenpath or Queen's Gardens in the first game. A peaceful place inhabited by green clover bugs. While exploring the memory of these forgotten lands, I realized that the statues stored light orbs. My mission was simple: collect the scattered light orbs across Verdania and use the needling to locate them. Then I found a lore tablet that said the sacred shrine will only rise if I activated 3 forms. I activated them one by one. Until finally, the shrine rose, granting me more light orbs. I entered the house that held the nest of the creatures living in this land. There I found even more light orbs. As I advanced, I constantly encountered the Green Prince. He remembered this place with deep nostalgia, an echo of a past that would never return. The inhabitants of Verdania saw me as an intruder, so they decided to ambush me. I saw with my own eyes a great variety of creatures, including a great stag. Honestly, it never attacked me, and I could have skipped this boss fight, but still, I haunted it. The pale stag. The fire I liked was calling me. It came from the throne of Verdania's rulers. The Green Prince and his brother ruled Verdania for a time. But then, Grandmother Silk arrived, seeking to destroy it. The Green Prince's brother sacrificed his life so Verdania could be free. That's how the Cogward Dancers were born. The Green Prince was devastated. The insect he loved most had died, and now he had to rule alone. He let himself be captured on Sinner's Road as a symbol of defeat, and without its ruler, Verdania was destroyed. Everything I did was wrong. I had killed the clover bugs of Verdania.
Now the Green Prince saw me as a traitor who had betrayed his land once more. It was time to face the Verdania's rulers in their best form, the Clover Dancers.
I finally understood. The Green Prince no longer had a reason to live. Everything he once loved was gone, and he wandered the world like a lost soul. But now, he could finally rest beside his lover. That's how I obtained the conjoined heart. Oh sí, soy la polla con cebolla, oh sí. Oh. Bueno, vamos a empezar. In Putrefied Docks, I followed a path filled with barnacles. At the end of the path, I found Bog, a warrior flea who tracked other fleas using his sense of smell. It was funny because I had already found all the fleas in Farlong without his help. Still, I told him to return to the flea caravan, located in Fleetopia. Finally, in Greymore, I found the last flea, Krat. He behaved a bit strangely and seemed curious about me. Even so, I told him to go to the caravan. In Fleetopia, I met with Flea Master Moshka, who was very grateful that I had helped him to reunite his entire family. These fleas had an uncommon desire for adventure, which I found admirable. Following their journey
And sharing some part in their progress was a warm thing. As thanks, Moshka gave me the last tool, the Egg of Realia.
From the roof of Belhart, a note fell, pinned with a needle. It seemed to be an invitation to the lair of the Crow Books in Greymore. I accepted a mission called Ecstasy of the End, which turned out to be an invitation to Fleetopia.
Kanavich. Humta. Osh. Goro Yoshike. Kanavich.
When I arrived, Moshka welcomed me to the Festival of the Flea. There, I had to complete 3 challenges: juggle, dodge, and bounce. I put into practice everything I had learned throughout my journey to earn the reward. Then Moshka called me to begin the final ceremony.
Ushkar Mitri.
Breaking the effigy.
Vost.
I received many rosaries and the last pale oil. Moshka thanked me for sharing my final moments with them as the world was collapsing, even though their paradise was falling apart. Hombre, ¿cómo voy a pronunciar esto? He still held onto the hope that the memories of friendship they had all shared would live on, as an echo in the eternal void. I told him the world was not ending. After tragedy comes prosperity.
Maybe not every fleet will survive what was coming, but this world will rise again.
I went to Plin Master Plinis and gave him the last pale oil so he could sharpen my needle one last time. Finally, I had the perfect needle in my possession. At least, Pliny didn't ask me to end his life, not like others.
In coral chambers, I realized there was smoke falling from the ceiling. It was the path which led to the corral.
I climbed up until I found the arm of Grandmother Silk on a piece of rubble.
And that's how I obtained the pale nails. But the path didn't end there. I could climb even higher than the peak of our loom. I had to overcome the longest and hardest platforming section in the entire game.
But honestly, it's not so hard. I had to put into practice everything I had learned throughout my journey once more. When I was about to reach the top, I realized there was spores.
It was Mr. Mushroom, and this time
He seemed ready to speak to me directly.
no riddles, no hiding places, just him and me. Mr. Mushroom was amazed by everything I had accomplished in this kingdom, saying that we were probably the last ones who remembered this place. I told him I was not here to preserve memories. I was here to save those who still lived in this kingdom. I asked him if all my efforts were in vain. He said he had no answer to that, since his vision of the future was always blurred. But still, what mattered was not the future or what might happen next. It was the present.
It was what we can do now to change our future and the future of others. All this time, that was the true purpose.
Maybe I didn't understand it at that moment, but I probably would someday. In a distant future. Perhaps we could even meet again. Either way, Mr. Mushroom wished me the best. Maybe our paths would go in different directions, but
He still hoped I would find joy along my path.
thank you, Mr. Mushroom.
I arrived at a strange place called the Surface.
Only simple insects lived there. They were not affected by the silk or the void, but they also had no awareness, only the primitive survival instinct. I arrived at the nameless town, an abandoned and desolate village. It seemed that an extinct civilization once lived here. There is where I found the surface memento.
In warm ways, a plasmium outbreak emerged,
infecting all the creatures that lived here. Alchemist Xylotl was also infected, yet he was happy to see me again. Despite his miserable state, he gave me one last mission, to collect plasmium by piercing the infected creatures using the plasmium field.
Corridor so far. Mementos.
While completing this mission, I entered a secret room where I found the Xylotl's lost apprentice, Sango.
It seemed the plasmium was what had ended his life. Now he was just an empty shell controlled by the substance. I had no choice but to eliminate him. When I returned to Xylotl, I gave him all the plasmium samples. He had become so obsessed with the plasmium that even as everything was collapsing around him, he still saw it as something good. As a reward, he asked me to tear out the plasmium gland inside his shell. He said he no longer needed it and that I would probably make a better use of it. I went to Greymoor and, surprisingly, Seth was still alive. Although he didn't remember me or the beating I gave him. In fact, he didn't remember anything at all. When I defeated him, he fell into a lake, and the current carried him to the shore, along with his sword. However, he now had a new mission. We would meet again soon. In Sons of Karak, I found a secret path in the roof. I followed it until I discovered an ancient Karaka of Khan. His body seemed lifeless. The king gave him the mission to guard the edge of our loom.
When I used the needling, I awakened him from his slumber.
When I defeated him, I obtained the Grey Memento. I went to the home of the Crows in Greymore, since they sent an invitation to a kind of judgment for having condemned Farloon to destruction. However, the Court of Crows sentenced me to death. Everyone died. In the upper floor, I obtained the Crowbell, which was equivalent to infinite rosaries. I visited Spring Master Swift, who wanted one last race, this time even longer, with 6 laps, so I accepted.
Fina minha!
I proved my mastery, and Sprint Master,
surprised that I had surpassed him in every one of the trials,
gave me the memento of his teacher, the Sprint Master Memento. I met Seth in Shellwood, where he was admiring the beauty of this world. A shame he could not do the same in real life. I met him again in Fleetopia, where Moshka accepted him as one of the Fleas, part of the family. He only needed a bit more fur and wings to fly. Seth had been completing the Flea trials. He was truly impressive,
surpassing all my scores.
Even though he didn't remember anything, his skills were still intact, but I would not let him take the first place that easy, so I decided to complete the Flea trials once more. I broke all the Seth's records. Still, that didn't mean that I was better than him. He had completed the trials apparently easy, surpassing the highest scores on the first try,
while I had to repeat them many times.
If he had been given another chance to live, things might have been so different. But that's the problem. We are only remembered once we are no longer in this world. If Seth had not gotten cancer, no one would have known who he was. No one would have cared. That's why we must appreciate the people while they are alive, before it's too late.
We must appreciate the life and the small things that fill us with joy.
Seth, surprised, filled with deep respect and admiration to me, gave me the Guardian's Memento. In Stealth Soul mode, there was another boss I decided to face, but first I had to complete a mission called A Vassal Lost.
It required to go to Blaster Steps and talk to Steel CRC. She served to the Steel Masters.
She asked me to find her vassal, who had deserted his mission, by gathering clues from his last known locations.
Buenera. Hironare.
I located the 3 camps one by one, and gathered enough evidence to reach a conclusion. The vassal was in Bone Bottom. I had to hurry. When I arrived, the vassal was summoning a powerful void being, the Summon Savior, and I stopped him as quickly as I could. The vassal's name was Sula, and he was trying to summon the void entity to protect himself, knowing that his masters would come for him after he deserted. Sula revealed to me that the Steel Herds only wanted to let the lands and the insects living in them die. That was why he deserted. Fortunately, I was not like them. I allowed Sula to escape. It must be exhausting to see so many insects die, day after day. I returned to sea in Blasted Steps to tell her that her vassal had fled far from these lands, but that the savior he was summoning had been slain by my blade. She, despite my disobedience, agreed that this may be the better way. After all, the main goal had been fulfilled, to stop the darkness Sula tried to awaken. As a reward, I received the Growstone. This happened after I had already finished the game, with all the creatures of Farloom recorded in the Hunter's Journal. I went to see Nu at the Courageous Bar in Greymore. Nu was surprised. The journal was finally complete. Filling it had been a hard work, but now I could finally call myself a true hunter. We both had different methods, but our goal was the same. That's how Nu gave me the Hunter's Memento. Nu had fulfilled her role in this kingdom. It was time for her to travel to the next.
Oh no.
I discovered the entire map, got all the tools, crests, memory lockets, fulfilled every wish, filled the Hunter's Journal to 99% because I only missed the fight against Garmond and Sasa, and also the fight against Shakra. I obtained all the materials, relics, cylinders, mementos, and finally completed every achievement. I finished Weaver Queen on my first gameplay, even though I didn't record it. Another thing I didn't record was when I got the Long Claw. Basically, I completed the Brutefist wish by giving the organs to the Huntress. Speedrunner, Speed Completion, Steel Soul, and Steel Heart, I completed those on my second gameplay in Steel Soul mode. And I completed the Twisted Child in another normal playthrough because I think it's impossible to complete it without dying.
I returned to Ruin Chapel with the 4 hearts of the last successors. We had to hurry, for Loom's time was running out, and those hearts would not keep beating forever.
Miasamasa. Brondaga.
Jo Manel.
I entered my memory.
The red memory. I had to find a way to locate that flower.
The weavers became extinct,
Dying one after another, and only I remained. They taught me how to produce silk, how to be more weaver than worm. They trust me with a purpose, seeing me as the successor
who will redeem the weavers.
I remember this place. Here my mother rested after falling into that goddamn eternal dream. Distant village. There she was,
The one who carried me in her womb.
who gave me life, the queen of the beasts, Hera. She sacrificed everything so I could be born. She made that pact with the Pale King and was sealed to contain the radiance. In the end, that purpose was in vain, and the ghost
Ended her life.
She never wanted me to follow the Weaver's purpose. She wanted me to see beyond it. Another hope, another path. She wanted me to find my own purpose. This place, the Hive, my mentor lived here. The queen of the beasts, Vespa. She was the one who gave me my name, Hornet. She trained me for what was coming, prepared me for the cruelty of this world. Being good was not enough. I had to be better, much stronger, much faster, day after day without rest. But in the end, the radiance reached the Hive, and everyone fell to it. The White Palace, the flower was near. I could feel it. The White Lady, wife of the Pale King, Queen of Hollowness. She knew the methods used to raise me were harsh, but they had to be. Only that way could the purpose be fulfilled. Only that way could I make a better war on my own. The White Lady understood. I was the bridge to the future, the new hope.
Akoman.
For having grown and endured so much pain to understand that purpose, she granted me the Ever Bloom.
The snail shamans died after performing the ritual. Now, I could understand everything the weavers had to sacrifice for this moment to arrive. Even though I didn't carry that weight on my shoulders, I felt responsible. I still had to end the course and the void. I had to return to the abyss and finish this odyssey once and for all. I returned to Deep Docks for one last descent. It seemed that Ballo had repaired the diving bell during my absence. He was surprised that I had survived the fall and escaped the depths on my own, but now I needed him to take me back down one last time. He agreed without hesitation. As I descended through those tunnels, I began to reflect on what happened in this kingdom. I had finally reached a conclusion. Now I could understand everything. Before the arrival of Grandmother Silk, this land had ruled by the ancient successors. They ruled their own tribes coexisting independently. A diverse but vibrant kingdom. But then, Grandmother Silk came, a higher being, a deity, a god. She granted the inhabitants the silk and the song. These two simple concepts became the foundation for everything that came after. Grandmother Silk unified the tribes of Farloom, conquered some, and left others in oblivion. She gave power to the parlets, simple spiders who gained the ability to produce silk. This silk was what allowed them to evolve into what we now know as the Weavers. Grandmother Silk told them that they were her daughters and that they had to worship her no matter what. For a time, Farloom adapted to this way of life. During that time, Grandmother Silk created two daughters, made entirely of silk, Phantom and Lace. Phantom was the firstborn and the first to be forgotten by her mother, sent to Bilgewater to guard the rear entrance to the citadel. This led to the creation of her second daughter, Lace, who rejected the inheritance she had been given. She felt she had been created only as a tool for affection, not as a genuine desire of companionship or recognition. This caused in her deep frustration and hatred toward that bond. It made her hate her mother and herself. She longed for the mother's acknowledgement. One day, the Weavers discovered that Grandmother Silk was controlling the inhabitants of Farloom through her silk threads. This was the breaking point that led the Weavers to design a plan to seal her away. They imprisoned her inside a cocoon at the peak of Farloom. But even asleep, her influence still spread across the kingdom. That's how the Weavers decided to leave Farloom and go to a land where they could not be found, Hollownest. Somehow, Grandmother Silk found their location and began to sending expeditions to bring them back. That's how I was captured. That's how my journey began. Grandmother Silk was deep within the Sea of Void. She resisted succumbing to its power only because Lace was inside. She wanted to save her daughter. With the Everbloom, I could dive through the void. If Lace was taken out of the abyss, everything would end. The void and the silk would vanish forever, and Farloom would be free. Or in other words, I just wanted Lace to put her huge ass in my face. There she was, Lace, even if her only shadow remained. To release her mother's grip, my blade would see it slain. I had survived the fury of this land. I had borne its bards and its blades, but always I had remained a daughter of Hollownest, and the void below all things. That darkness I would fear no longer. It was time for the last battle. One last dive.
Kestra! 것들아.
Honestly, I really enjoyed this game. It's one of the best video games I've ever played in my life. Recently, I noticed Silksong was nominated to Game of the Year. I don't think this game will win this award because even though the game is excellent, it's not innovative in any aspect. I believe that award will go to Clear Obscure Expedition 33, and honestly, it deserves it. Anyway, may the best one win. I also noticed Haito was saved. I feel happy for Simon, and for those who think I finished the game too late, the truth is, I completed Silksong 100% during the first week it was released. I'd even dare to say I was one of the first 100 players to finish Silksong completely. But I have university studies and also a life to live, so I can't make videos very often. But I still try to stay consistent. Thank you for everything, Silksong. When Team Cherry releases a DLC, I'll be one of the first players to complete it, and I will try to upload it to my channel as fast as possible. So well, with nothing much left to say, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
That was epic.